we, though, continue with the world of Heartworm, where last time we had realized that we are in a Silent Hill-esque game, and, well, to be entirely honest, I'm pretty sure we're trying to resurrect our granddad? Or at least have some level of closure with them? Because I'm guessing they died in some mysterious sort of manner? But I'm not a deathologist, so I unfortunately don't know. In this mysterious manner, exactly. Though it is more of a mysterious dimension, to be honest here, given the fact that we are in a... Well, to be entirely honest, like, if we were to use the words and terminology of, control, we're in a threshold. And the reason why I use the words of, control is because, like, they describe this as the threshold in universe, which kind of makes me think that, like, you know, if we're going to create a mega universe, once again, as is my want, we're in control. Camera back. Sadly, we're not a grandpa death scientist. You know, notable games that required grandpa death scientists to play. This one. Silent Moons, otherwise known as, what's that one with the farming? Stardew Valley. You need a Grandpa Death Scientist for that. Technically, like, Sonic Adventure 2 needs a Grandpa Death Scientist, given the fact that, the bad guy, the ultimate bad guy in, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is the grandfather of Dr. Robotnik, as he has, like, a death switch in his super mega space colony that, causes it to careen to Earth in a grievous manner. And hello, Decoy. Heartworm is heartwarming, you know, it's wrapping and wiggling away at my heart, you know. Fortunately, we don't have, you know, digital worm medication here in America, so I am, probably gonna die in the middle of the stream here due to, the fact that I'll be more worm than heart. Or, you know, maybe I'll get a fancy one and I'll turn into that buff old guy from, Resident Evil 0. But there's no human meds for Heartworm there, Blobber. You know, I might pick the wrong thing and grab I'll grab horse-rated Heartworm medicine and then, like, either I'll turn into a supervillain horse person, or, you know, I'll die from, like, the horse medicine. You'll hear me just or whatever the hell horse noises are, and I'll just die some grievous death. I know that wasn't a horse sound, but you know, that's I don't know how to make a whinny or a neigh on command. True. It was utilized by everybody who wanted the horse medicine. You turn into BoJack? Oh god, as much as I like to kind of, like, say BoJack Horseman, there's a little bit of BoJack in everyone. God, do I not want to turn into BoJack Horseman. That dude is just a monster. Ugh. You don't want to know what a horseman's superpowers and body changes are? I mean, neither do I. I feel that there's a number of fanfic that are probably incorporated in that idea, and you know, you never want to live in not horsefic, fanficistan. Alpha has some ideas. That is fair. Well, that's like one of the things I always take umbrage with the idea of animorphs. Like, how... It's like the ultimate conclusion of, like, a Shazam... A Shazam? Shazam, than the other one, and, like... You don't know what's gonna happen. Like, you might turn into, like, some super cool, like, crime-fighting duo, or you might turn into, like, a, well, what's that movie with the fly? Actually, I think it's just called The Fly. You might turn into some The Fly-esque monster, and you just have to, like, gutturally say... Which is never how you want to be. Well...
This place. I never came back after what happened. I'll never forget that day.
To be entirely honest with you, Nemi, I'm not certain. I'm just assuming at this point we're in the Control universe, and, you know, as a result, we're in an active AWE that hasn't been discovered by the Bureau, and that's causing, things to happen. We stand here? But basically, we are some lady that, had grandpapa... You know what? Die. And, we are... As a result, finding a active perforation or threshold into the other side, and, using that to, talk to the dead? Which actually might be more accurate for, like, the Akashic Record and, Code Geass. Is this a time thing that I'm missing? We have a baseball bat as well. That is something we have to keep an eye on. Touchdown indeed. We're gonna win the pennant here today. No, it was definitely just a speed thing. I think with that, actually, we have all of the candles we need, because that's lit, and yeah. Just need to go back to Snowy Street and go back into the mortuary. No, but... as always, it seems one of our, eternal topics is, like, the idea of an animorph, which is always, like, a nightmarish concept. Like, what kind of sick, twisted bastard in the 1990s, 1980s came up with that? Because I wonder if that is one of the contributing factors to, like, people, like, turning into furries in modern day. Hello, Avenue. Hope you're having a lovely day. We always have the puzzle otter. So I will say, Blobber I was watching Blobber the other day, and as a result, someone mentioning something gave me an idea for the basis of a new sleep demon, which I'm going to be calling Forest Demon. At some point I will show off what the image is that inspired me so raucously. But first I need to figure out how to maneuver around reality in this game. Can we keep the baseball bat on us? No, I won't. We'll keep the baseball bat on us. We'll take a save. And then we'll go on. But honestly, something that I find fascinating is, like, the fact that so many games that are aimed towards children one way or the other have, like, characters that are horrors beyond comprehension, and, like, I don't know, like, who's responsible for the art direction on them. Like, I feel there's, like, underutilized people in the horror space that we need to figure out how to get them working where they need to work. Because, like, Gumby, for example. Like, I enjoyed watching Gumby as a kid, but, like, if you just, like, make the world a little bit darker, like, light-wise, and, you know, maybe add in a little bit of red or purple, you're going to have, like, a creature that you can just throw into, like, a budget $5 horror game that would be very, usable by, you know, people attempting to bring ghosts, ghouls, goblins, and grills into the world. Mr. Sir? Mr. Sir made me very uncomfortable, but it wasn't Mr. Sir. It was the Yogi Bear game. That, I think... Was it Decoy that suggested it? We have a grief manual here. It comes for us all. The recliner next to the fireplace that made the ear-piercing squeak. In the now silent living room. The side of the house where the truck rots. Under the moss-laden tarp. The garden that no longer blooms. Our graves don't lie just in cemeteries. They surround us. Our homes are the host. So wherever you are, know it's never too far, and remember, one day you will find all the places you loved filled with ghosts. A bit ominous. Good things come in bears. Alright, so reality seems to have snapped over in the funeral home. It's always reassuring. Sounds like we have a baby monster as well. Oh boy. I sure do love baby monsters in video games. That's never... ever gone wrong. Alright, let's see what this is. So we have a shattered reality where there is a grave, presumably Granddad's? I didn't mean get in the grave, lady. I guess coffin. Huh? Journal entry 2. Okay, this is all wrong. These are places I lived or where terrible things happened to me or my loved ones, but they're all twisted and wrong. And those things chasing me, are they kind of look like me? Are they angry ghosts? Is one of them mom? Uh, Not like I expected this to be easy, but this is another level. It's too late to turn back now, though. So I'm going to assume that that is Ray's journal and not the character we're playing now. Ray is a lady that we got a journal entry of previously that lived on the psychic boards and was attempting to figure out how to get to the other side, the land of the dead. And she said she was going to the place where we eventually went to and utilized successfully as a portal to the other side, and she was never seen again. So I'm guessing she died here. And in classic horror fashion, we're acquiring the journal fragments that are what's left of her psyche. Because that's the thing with, always going to the land of dead. It's a very dangerous affair. Actually, now that I think about it, you don't... I haven't really seen that topic covered outside of, like, Greek mythology, where you have a couple of stories of people going to cavort with Hades in an attempt to get them to relinquish their loved ones. There's the guy that shouldn't turn back, but I think does turn back, and then he is dead, loses his mind? I actually don't quite remember. And then technically there is the story of Hades' wife, where she is kidnapped, allegedly, and then has to have someone come and rescue her, but she still lives there some number of months of the year. The reason why I say allegedly is I always confuse that story with the retellings, because, like, there's one, I believe, where she came down there willingly and kind of acts as, like, the oil to Hades, which I think she does in classic kind of text, but, I don't know if I'm thinking what rendition I'm thinking of, where she's just kind of there within her full kind of, like, she wants to be there. I'm not sure if that's like the Olympian.
I've been racking my brain, trying to figure out why this city feels familiar. I think we may have come here when I was a kid. My whole family. Probably one of the last times we ever did something all together. The memory's so foggy. I think we came to visit distant family. I remember playing in a warehouse and getting in trouble. It was so long ago. I can't tell if I'm just making up the details.
Or where Persephone gets mad at Hades for being a pushover and having heroes coming and going. Yeah, that is the original version, but I don't know if, like, the thing where, like, her basically just being like, hey, Hades, don't stop being a little bee, is, like, normal lore or not. Because, like, that kind of indicates that, like, she's, like, there as, like, a regular kind of, like, spouse, where it's just like, husband, Stop being a bitch. 'Cause sometimes, you gotta tell your husband with supernatural powers that he's being a little bit of a babby. Because if she truly wanted him to fail due to some sort of things, once she is properly the queen of the underworld, she takes her job seriously. Yeah, that makes sense. Like with many things, it's been an age and a half since I've interacted with the source material, which is causing my brain to be fuzzier than normal. You know, welly brain, as many tease me about, is perpetually fuzzy. I could just have the feeling that there's something over here. No? There's something in this alley that we need. Item-wise, but if it's not here, I don't know what it would be. But Percy Jackson is the one I think I'm thinking about, though... I would have to reread the books to be for certain. I guess that's technically true. But it depends on how you define things, right? Because, like, the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference, which then technically would make the opposite of hate, once again, indifference. So, like, isn't, like... So if, like, there's one dominant area, could it be that, like, the ultimate opposite of, like, fuzzy brain and smooth brain is galaxy brain? Now, obviously, we can pry them off with a baseball bat that I don't have in my inventory anymore. Okay, so we gotta find a... crowbar. And then go from there. I mean, the opposite of something is something that technically would cancel out the first thing, Strudel. I suppose it depends whether you're talking about it philosophically or not. Because I think when you add in philosophy to anything, to be entirely honest, I mean, are we talking about the bizarro world where you have, like, the gray Superman? Or are we talking about the bizarro world where, like, the Muppets rule the world and Kermit did 9/11? Because there's a lot of different bizarro worlds that we can kind of be pulling from here that we need to include in our kind of analysis of what is fact and fiction here. But anti-ice frogs. Kermit didn't do 9/11 in Non-Bizarro World. Kermit did not do 9/11. I guess if there's like a version of the Muppets where they play it completely straight, where like Miss Piggy is like an orthopedic surgeon, you know, Fozzie Bear is just a what would Fozzie be? What kind of like doctors? An engineer. Engineers, I feel, are more bow tie people than anything else. So you have engineer Fozzie Bear, you have orthopedic surgeon Miss Piggy, you have like forensic accountant Kermit. Then yes, in that version of the Muppets, Kermit did not do 9/11 or did not like somehow contribute to 9/11 happening. But you know, if I'm going to guess, given like Muppets lore, is like he's at the airport and actually accidentally does something that distracts like an air marshal from having something happen. That's the world I choose to believe that Kermit is responsible for. That actually also does make me think, what kind of like weird conspiracy theories are different like fantasy characters involved in? Because like the Kermit doing 9/11 one, I think is a classic example of it, but outside of that, like what else is there? Like is there one where like Dipper Pines is actually like Bill Cipher from the future past or something like that? Is there one where uh God, what other conspiracy theories can I make here involving fantasy characters? Who else is there? What other fantasies are there? You have the Roman Empire surviving the 1600 because like Taco Bell creates a time machine to go back in time and peddle their wares, and you know, the Osman II is so enamored by the gordita snack wrap that he dies at an early age of like 5 years old from a heart failure. These are all potential realities that we have to consider here, folks. And for those of you wondering what I'm actually trying to do in the game is there is like a thing here in the yard that I'm trying to find, though I don't know what it is. The steampunk Roman alt history city builder we played was okay-ish. That's good-ish to hear. It's always better to have an okay-ish city builder than the bad one, though when things fail to live up to potential, heartbreaking aside, is always besides. We need to retune those people. Well, unfortunately, the, you know, the strategic attunement centers are no longer functioning as greatly as they once did Decoy. You know, we don't have the grand kind of, re-education center to put people back on track. You know, that the one guy blew it up in that one Apple commercial. You know the Apple commercial where the dude runs up with a whole sledgehammer and just throws it into a TV? That was, little do you know, that was actually a real thing. It was truly terrible for the mind control business, because that machine is just so expensive. And they still cannot afford to replace it. Tragic, tragic, tragic. But seriously though, what am I missing loot-wise here? It's like the only reason why I'm kind of running around like this, like a massive goofball, is there is something staticky in these streets that we haven't done yet or picked up, and I don't know what it is. We had some that were healing items, but outside of that, I don't know. I'm gonna guess there's a crowbar here somewhere, but I am uncertain. We'll try getting to Granddad's house now that we actually have the key. Because there might be a crowbar in Grandpa's house. Oh, good God. Nothing beyond this point. It looks like the house was torn in two. Or static, same as every TV here. Got a nice little record set right there. Can't read what the book is. What is this letter? From the Office of Academic Affairs, to whom it may concern, we have received your request to appeal for readmission to the university, and unfortunately have decided to uphold our original ruling. We pride ourselves on our support of our students and are sympathetic to the circumstances you're going through. We cannot make exceptions, as it would be unfair to the rest of the student body. The GPA and attendance standards set must apply to us all, regardless of their personal issues. Admission will consider re-enrollment if the student enrolls at another college or university and pays 3.8 for a full semester. With adequate attendance, we recommend South Central Community College for local students. This decision is final. Best wishes, A.D. Huey Deck. That is more considerate than most boilerplate college admissions info. They're tuned correctly. They just set it to Ocean from Eminem's Kart Racing. Oh no, not Eminem Kart Racer.
This hallway led to my bedroom, my sanctuary. As weird as it is, those lit windows feel comforting, like coming home.
Something I was reading the other day, because the world is so full of death and horrors, I try again and again to console my heart and pick flowers that grow in the midst of hell. Same thing again. Have an I want to believe photo in honor of our friends. Ah, there it is. Plaque gave to me my grandfather, but the bat is missing. Is this technically a safe room? It is and it isn't. It's the possum! We saw that earlier and I wanted to take a I wanted... Okay, apparently there's something special with the possums that I realized I should have done. Wonder why we were born to suffer. God, I wish I had a reading nook. Like, these things are like peak housing design. Like, it's raining, you just get to look outside, you can kind of create like your little rat fort here, and just enjoy like a bit of green and a bit of blue. Just nothing better. Oh god. Are we black or... That is a rook and a... We have a bishop and a bishop. They have a knight. That'll do check. That wasn't mate, though. Oh no, that was mate. Or was it? Yeah, no, because, like, we have A4. Wait, I could do that. Some items can be used to modify your camera. Only one camera mod can be active at a time. Da -da -da -da. Just choose REM mod. You'll need to have space in your inventory. Alright. So we have A4 is covering... Yeah, no, from that angle, it would hit the rook. If it was on B3, king would be blocked in. So it can move left one, and it would have been fine. There are no rook. The rook is on B8, or C8. Is it? Because we put ours there, it puts king in threat. You know, we can't trust it anymore because of the, everything's kind of screwed up now. Right, because the knight was on black, not on white, so yeah, that would be mate. That just feels really weird. I didn't expect it to just be made in one. Just for beginners. The king, the bishop, knight, rook, tactics, mate in one method. That's exactly what was going on. Oh. Yeah. And literally the way to do that puzzle was right there as well, which is kind of funny. Examine. Camera modification fires 3 shots quickly. Combine that with our camera. We have a rapid fire machine gun for us here. I said, yawning aggressively. I feel there's going to be a lot of backtracking and running around on this level as I try and figure out what exactly it is I want to do. I'm happy we found where the bat needs to go, so we're going to go pull that together and throw it where it needs to go. I've been thinking, in more real-life terms, what I want to cook for the holidays this year. I've been in the mood of recipe imaginings again. They haven't really settled on anything quite yet. Or at least the kind of space I want to work with. But, you know, always enjoy figuring out what might be good or engaging holiday foods. Makes it more relaxing to kind of like leisurely ponder them. Like, I think something I kind of want to do for myself is I want to commit to figuring out what would a good dessert be. what would a good like kind of appetizer be, and what would a good like kind of side and main course item be. Last year I tried to make like buttered sautéed carrots, which I enjoyed the idea of, but like there was something missing from them. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know if they needed to cook longer so they were softer, but like I think a carrot mash with dill and a lot of butter would probably be. Did I? Yeah, I did grab the bat. Would be a very, very fun thing to have. And that gets us locomotive for the rear. I don't know if we checked our computer, actually. Everything here looks like I just left it earlier today. What was that even today? But for the main item and the side and dessert, I'm still kind of, up in the air about what I'd like to try. Though, in-game here, the character of Sam, I think, is who we're playing. Is it Sam? Yeah, Samantha Mastilana is in possession of the house we're currently in because it was gifted to her, or she inherited it after the death of her grandparents, who, it sounds like, took care of her after her ma and pa died. I'm going to guess there's going to be some big reveal about how Grandpa died. Going to be horrifying in some manner. Because, like, if it was a normal death, you would kind of expect more, not acceptance, but you would be like, I hate that this has happened, but... energy, but... we don't have that with Sam, and where was the padlock? Right, the padlock is over there. One thing that I am kind of sad about with this game versus Silent Hill is I think the idea of a puzzle difficulty slider is just a fantastic kind of concept. Because, like, sometimes you may not want to play on super hyper difficult mode in regards to combat. Unless you're a massive fan of the world of not Dead Space, but Dark Souls. Something on the bench, but the static has created a barrier I can't get through. Okay, we've acquired a photo. Ah, and that's what it is. So, the area will light up still with static if there's something in the adjacent room that you haven't done or acquired yet. The snowy street might be there because we haven't completed warehouse? Because we've completed the apartment complex, and we've completed funeral home. We did do a once over the area and we didn't see anything there. However, I'm happy to say we can just safely ignore the rest of this area. But what has me perplexed is I really want to see what we have going on. Where are we going to get the crowbar? Before we put away the photo, I don't know what it's going to be used for. Examine. Photo I found in the neighborhood. I can't make out what it is, but I feel sad looking at it. I guess I'll just put it away. It is interesting to see that there is a... I don't want to say near universal, but the idea of inability to get over death or grief is a very common theme in horror games, now that I am thinking about it. Because in a sense, that is, well, not in a sense, quite literally that is the conceit in Silent Hill 2, but in Silent Hill F, it is the grief or despair over the inability to be the master of your own fate. There is here, where it is presumably about grief over the loss of a loved one. We did beat Silent Hill F, playthrough 1. We started on playthrough 2, but I am committing not to finishing playthrough 2 until we've done at least Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4. Because, like, I read up about things a bit. YouTube when? Like, when am I going to put it on YouTube? Technically, I could do that after this stream. Because I have the VODs all saved. I just need to figure out if there's anything I need to edit in there. I will do it after the stream, Rusty. And I really should do what Lucky does and post things in a YouTube channel. When I make uploads or stuff. Because that is a brilliant way to do it, and as we all know, Lucky is one of the great sources of inspiration in the greater Jakeosphere, given the fact that Jake has stolen many a segment from him, and, truly the creative Canadians there. Yeah, Brain Lord Lucky. I know for a fact, I think I've stolen a segment or two idea from Lucky myself, but I don't know what it is. Like, having our own version of a bagel-thon might be fun, but I would need more time to, have us do that. I suppose we have variety enough as is between the whims that I have everywhere. Like, we have the range of random city builder to the strategy game to Rock'em Sock'em Shooter is how I'm apparently choosing to phrase that, even though that's just truly awful. But Silent Hill F is a game, if not about the grief of inability to control your fate, about the ennui of that situation, which I can sympathize with very firmly from my own kind of, like, upbringing. But there's, like, something that leaves an odd taste in my mouth after having beaten it the first time, and I'm not sure if it's, like, the way they chose to layer the narrative, or if, like, there are other things there. And I need to see if that's a Silent Hill thing, or if the director-writer team tried to get a little bit too jiggy with it. The combat, I did very much enjoy in that. Until we got to one particular boss battle where I was like, no, we're done. There's the crowbar. Okay, we have our access to the save land ready to go. One thing that I will say about this is I am enjoying it Not that I'm enjoying it. Pardon me. I tried to mute my stream, but I was too slow. Because I would have had to tab out the game while I was in the middle of sneezing. Oh no. I am enjoying this, but it is kind of giving me the hankering to play Fatal Frame, which is a franchise that we have done a bit of previously, but due to a combination of me being a flighty individual at times in regards to finishing streams and content, I never did get around to completing it. Okay, that was a way to do a death scene. But the reason I bring it up is I am thinking about what other horror games we want to do in our spooky time still. I'm probably going to drop a list of them after the stream in Wellycord, but I have decided that we're going to end our horror game bonanza for October this year with me finishing Conscript on November 11th, given the fact that that is Armistice Day and all that good jazz. Because, like, it's a game that I really do think is enjoyable and fascinating, but we just got distracted with other things to finish it. Because I think we we started playing a bit of that last October, and then we went straight into Silent Hill 2. And then it just got lost to the weeds. Well, I can't stream as much as I would like to, Strudel, between being distracted with, all 70 seasons of NCIS, and I still haven't won the lottery, so, I don't have, the free time I would like. So instead, we're going to have wide, wonderful month definitions here. And the horror bonanza will end on October 11th. November 11th. Just like we started a little bit early with horror month, because we started in late September, technically. Let's actually save this time. I know now why the game people put this here. I figured it was for a quick save point, but I was in fact incorrect. Yes, Blobber. I heard that there was a Voyager game. I also saw that they made a Telltale Star Trek game. You can't kill Neelix? What's with this Neelix hate? He's a goblin, sure. Oh god, is Neelix a goblin? But I wouldn't say he deserves death. Maybe for some of his cooking sometimes, we just have to subject him to odious amounts of cayenne, but, you know. I'll have to... When we take a pause in the VOD, we'll do goofy things that look at, like looking at various games on Steam. Because I didn't realize there was a Voyager game out as well. It seems like we're in the middle of a Star Trek renaissance, which I'm really excited for, since, like, I love Voyager. Voyager, I will go on about, I think, has the best captain of the modern-ish three. It's bad? What do you mean it's bad, Strudel? It's kind of a visual novel. Every Star Trek game has been bad. No, of course, no, it hasn't. I mean, Paradox would never make a very bad Star Trek clone of Stellaris and then package it out and it'd be a massive flop. That would never happen. Never. Maybe the Voyager game is the one I'm thinking of. I didn't see Voyager characters. I thought it was just a generic, you're a member of Starfleet and you're doing Starfleet things, but, in regular Welly fashion, I could just be massively gaslighting myself, as is, tradition. Wait, then what's the point of this whole kind of segment if it was only to get a crowbar? That's, kinda useless now. Map is also beginning to get a little bit confused. So we got in trouble for playing in here previously. This is how we entered. And the boxes of doom were over here. I guess we'll go out the way we came to see if anything has changed in the courtyard. Oh no, I know we're gonna have to use this. The bus, I think, was jammed up. So we're going to have to use the crowbar to open the bus to get to the place. We'll take a save because I don't want to run through Mr. Maze again. Oh god, not Mr. Maze. God, that was a nightmare. You know, I wonder if they're making another Mr. Maze so that can be dictated onto Jake again with a combination of, well, I guess dictators and, punishment lobbies. Or is that stunning narrative fully complete and, the world has been delivered from it? But no, I think that Gal Civ might be the best people to do a Star Trek adaptation. Because I feel a turn-based strategy game would be better. Armada is nice. I know there was Star Trek Bridge Crew. Is it this? Oh. Has the art of a porn game, which I think says more about the porn game slop that Steam has been putting out than anything else. I mean, I guess we'll see if we'll have a secret December Christmas release. Because I have eyes, Strudel, I know what Steam puts on the homepage of Steam. Become a den of degeneracy. Honestly, like, I'm kind of in the mood to seeing if some people are in the mood to try, like, the Star Trek Bridge Crew Simulator, or, like, Artemis, or whatever the other ones are, just to see how poorly it'll go. Only if you have degeneracy turned on. Curiosity is the name of the game, Strudel. Oh, right. I forgot we were looking at arachnophobia mode to see what it looked like, and, apparently it's this. I thought I turned spiders back on, though. So dumb. What? I kind of want to keep it on because this looks so much better. I'm really happy I saved. Yeah, it definitely does feel like a placeholder, which like adds on a bit of charm all on its own. Cause like you gotta appreciate the jank. If I were watching a comedy game that just had like jokes, like the game looks gorgeous and all that stuff, and then suddenly I see this, I would just assume it's a joke. It's like yet another in a long chain of jokes that are going on, and I would just be completely jazzed about it. I don't like the fighting the baby spiders, though. I think that's not a good choice for a game that has poor kind of movement controls, like... this. Alright, Blobber. It's on the list. Helloic. I accidentally left Arachnophobia mode on when we were taking a look to see what it looked like earlier, and I think it looks funny enough now that we're just gonna keep it. I think I am unhappy with the combat routine choice made by the developers here. For a game that says they're giving you options for tank and not tank, they're giving a boss that very much needs you not to be on tank controls in order to fight. Even then, you move too slow to dodge attacks. Oh god. This is fair, Blobber. Neighborhood page has been added to your inventory. We're just scuppered. Uh. Alright, the slot here, something can be inserted, picture frame. I'm gonna guess we put the picture we got from the other realm in there. And once we defeat the boss, we are no longer able to explore an area. I did miss some stuff over in Snowy Street, but I have no idea what it could be. I guess there's probably like a healing item that we never got. Okay, you're still... Oh, well, we'll grab another healing item, and we'll see if our sanity is hurt because we were injured. We'll grab our ciggies. Combine. No, we're still not in the mood for cigarettes. Oh, and the page goes into the big book here. I gotcha now. Alright, what happens when we put the photo in here? Place the photograph in the frame. Why? Why did it have to turn out this way? It's all so painful, and I can't get a moment of rest. Everything here is out to get me. This place is quiet, though. Maybe I can just rest here. My heart hurts. I don't want to go on. Okay. Massive ancient-looking tome with pages torn out of the middle. Letters look like nothing I've ever seen before. Alright, so based off of this, I'm guessing we have reality, the past, the present, the future? Maybe it's all past. But I'm gonna guess there are 3 areas to complete before, like, maybe we have to make a return to reality. Possibly? Whole Kremlinology trying to figure out how a video game works. No, but on the topic of Star Trek, I was reminded about how evil Picard is. Not evil, but like how goofy of an individual he is. Like when you think about all of the random things that occur over in the Enterprise and how like that is why I say Picard would never survive in the Delta Quadrant, but Janeway could, but like you know, you just have we're going to gaslight Deanna Troi for Beverly Crusher for an entire episode. Just cuz. Yeah, this is the other side of the bridge from where we were. Don't say that, you'll summon Helden. Yeah, we gotta have our annual watch through of Beverly Crusher getting gaslit. Which I will say, regrettably, is one of the best episodes of TNG. How heavy the days are, Herman Hesse. How heavy the days are. There's not a fire that can warm me, not a sun to laugh with me, everything bare, everything cold and merciless, and even the beloved clear, stars and desolately down, since I learned in my heart that love can die.
My grandfather used to take me hiking here as a kid. I kept coming on my own after he passed. It was a grounding experience, something to get me out of my own head. My memories here are good, for the most part, but I stopped hiking here after some bad ones.
Switch marker, parking lot, so we're at the bottom then. I'm gonna guess the enemies are going to vary per region then. We probably won't see shadow monsters or static monsters. We did need to turn on whatever the hell that was, but I'm gonna guess we didn't see the area where it's going to represent now. Serve of the Stars, Cetus, ancient Greek sea monsters known as Cetus, were terrifying abominations, sometimes described as serpents with the head of a boar, other times as whale-like creatures with wide, massive tails. All descriptions of them imply their size was behemoth, larger than the largest ships, their heads alone spanning an estimated 50 meters. Good God, man. What is that? What could that animal have been? Because, like, the thing is, like, a lot of the things that people reference in mythology are actual animal, but, like, what would a huge animal... Is it just a whale? A whale? Oh, you know what? It's kind of the flaps, those weird flaps that some whales have. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. What I'm truly scared of is a whale with hands. So do we have, like, the first whale burglar? So you're the bad guy for this region. We just killed a dirt dog. Trail ends here. Trees have got pretty dense. We'll just stick to the path. That is antiseptic that we acquired there. So we have a whale that's wearing gloves with, like, what presumably is, like, rather than the Nixon mask is a, like a boar mask, and, you know, it's, just having a wild time. I think we're going with the thing of, rather than taking it for the Pokedex, so this is potentially how the Pokedex works. We're just stealing the souls of the creatures that are deigning to, interfere with our task, and, you know, going from there. We started there, and we need to take a straight and left, so I'm guessing that's here? I was right, but the wolf monster got me on the straightaway. Okay, now we're at a fork in the woods. Oh, Jesus. Are you gonna chase me now? Oh, God! Okay, you are. I mean, I guess if we don't get hit, that's fine. Oh, Jesus. So each area seems to have at least 2 different enemy types that we have to deal with. So in this one we have Wolfman the Wolfening, and then ancient statue with rock power, so earth-bending statues. Andromeda is known tragically for being laid forth as sacrifice to the gods by her mother Cassiopeia. Her unfortunate story is a classic example of the lack of agency humanity has in history and the grander scheme of the universe. Through no doing of her own, she went from being forced to marry her uncle to being chained to the rocks for her mother's mistakes, and finally forced to marry Perseus after he saved her from Cetus.
I remember coming to this lookout on a field trip to learn about the stars. At first, the vastness of it all was scary, but as I got older, it became reassuring. Our existence, improbable as it is, seemed to me like a miracle in itself. But that wonder faded over time. These days, I don't feel the same about the stars or anything, really.
We have Andromeda. Not Perseus. You? Cetus. I mean, technically the story we just had was Cassiopeia, so the mother, the creature, and the other thing. The victim. Blood kit? A kit with a needle and a vial for collecting blood. What do we need to collect blood from? Trees are densely packed. And we can't access the sign over there. I guess this is what we need the blood kit for? So this is where we go with the... So hard to tell. But no, it's like, on the note of Pokemon, right? We know that they basically have a form of, like, matter to energy conversion in order to, like, handle the storage and maintenance of Pokemon in their, like, little balls, right? Like, technically, if we think about it, isn't the world of Star Trek, in a sense, having, like, Federation-level technology in, like, a Star Trek sense? So this needs to go all the way down here. But they don't use it for anything other than, like, animal slavery, right? Because, like, I'm just imagining that the Ferengi would probably get along very well with the people of the Kanto region. You have a burgeoning economy based off of, like, you know, people selling their pets to fight other pets in a blood sport arena. Once again, you might be wondering, Welly, what are you talking about? I remember Pokemon Coliseum. I remember the bad old days. Is it just this? Okay. Sorry, this, what we're doing with these switch markers is just befuddling me, so it's breaking my train of thought. Hello, Marvin! How are you doing today? No, I think that thought is going to live rent-free in my head now. Like, if we have the Pokemon setting in the Star Trek universe, like, I can just imagine how, like, the various cast and crew would get along with, like, different people in the universe. Like, alright. Good god. Yeah, I'm talking about Pokemon in Star Trek, like... You just got a Pokemon Legends ad? Yeah... Apparently, like, I'm so, like, locked in on the ad stuff that, Alright, I take umbrage to being attacked through a wall. Indeed, it is a nice chill welly stream where we're having the narrative equivalent of a mashup artist thing. Are we trying to revive the deer? Yeah, it's full Fatal Frame enemy. I'm assuming we're stealing their souls, though actually quite literally when we think about it, given the fact that we're through a threshold, the game's usage of the term at least, and are in ostensibly the land of the dead. So we're probably sucking souls into our photos. Bordeaux, I remember finding her just like this in the woods one day. Why stopped coming here? There was a buck standing over her as if in mourning. Wonder what happened to him. I collected the blood sample using the kit. Not my favorite thing I've done so far. Yeah. But, I'm not surprised that you haven't heard of this game, given the fact that it just came out a few weeks ago. We are playing fresh games in Welliestan right now, rather than playing things that came out a billion years ago. Which I feel is not entirely in my normal fashion of doing things, but it is, what it be? Yeah, I'm a Flavor of the Month streamer. It's gonna be even worse because we're going to play Vampire the Masquerade probably when it comes out, and we're going to play EU5 when it comes out. I've truly degenerated to the lowest common denominator of streamer. Alright, what else do I need? Looks at the notepad. Alright, so I need to do React streams. And I need to do what do people, what are other things people do? Sure, there's something that I'm forgetting right now. True. No, I'll finally start using the TikTok I have to have content up there. Yeah, of course, politics talk. We gotta talk about how the ruble is depreciating due to, like, vampires attacking the Russian economic sector in an attempt to overthrow the dog police that have attempted to do a fascist coup on Putin. I hope it doesn't flop horribly hard, because I do enjoy the concept of that franchise. Yeah, U5 fan comes in, no idea what to expect, and they're like, just all those poor, innocent, like, uninitiated Europeans coming in, just having to be like, I need an adult sort of energy. Why I'm the bad guy. She is Andromeda's mother, queen of Ethiopia, a mysterious past, most known for her claims that she and her daughter Andromeda were far more beautiful than the Nereids of the sea. Her hubris and vanity brought Poseidon to evoke the wrath of the sea monster Cetus and the kingdom of Ethiopia. Ethiopia consulted the sage, who foretold this is the only way to If her daughter is a sacrifice, left without options as her kingdom continued to be battered by the sea, she chained Andromeda to the rocks, offered to set us. That's a pretty bad mom. Does anyone have any idea what nation they'd like to see first in EU5? I was thinking about doing a Byzantium run as my first thing, but they are doing a DLC for it shortly thereafter, and I figure... I don't know if I want to play it before they have full content for it or not. I mean, my heart of hearts, I want to play Byzantium first, but I wish they released the Day 1 DLC for the Phoenix Rising rather than wait for it. Though, I guess it might be a nice thing to kind of see how the game changes over the course of a month between patches and whatnot. Okay, switch markers is done. Area is a lot more complex than the first one. We haven't even found the save area yet. I guess we should kind of determine the other thing first, so we'll look at the North Route and the library. No, but I'm really hoping that Vampire the Masquerade 2 won't be a flop. I'm certain it will be a wee bit goofy, because such is the way of Paradox life. Okay, you left. Not climbing through the weeds. Ticks. What is that weird noise we got when we're right here? Because we're right at that intersection, and we've gone both ways in the A. Huh. Is it the deer? Oh, there's a generator right there. Have we activated enough of the generator things that this is working now? No. Mmm. The game is baiting me. And I am very sad that I've fallen for it. Because I want to know what it is, but the game's just not telling me. It's not kind. Cruel even. Alright, I guess we'll look in the library. See what fetid mess is over here. We know those are bad guys, so we'll try and avoid them to the best of our ability. We have a fountain of goo. Smells terrible. I mean, that's probably blood that it wants. And the blood I collect into the basin. Now the veins are pumping. Okay, nothing down this aisle. We have a bandage, so we can make another full heal. Combine. We're still not too terribly dead, so I won't use anything more. We've looted this area entirely, which unfortunately was only a bandage. Oh my god. Our injured state is just so goddamn goofy. Alright, so we probably will do Byzantium in spite of myself, even because I don't want to be overly predictable. But I don't know what we're going to do for Vampire the Masquerade. I might wait. I say might very aggressively here. That we might wait a day to see what the reviews say. Well, I guess we do always have the option to return the game if it is god-awful. Yeah, you know me, Marvin, I'm patient, Wellington. Actually, I don't even know what day of the week it releases, so I might not even be able to play day one because of work. And that would be a very likely course of, stuff. Okay, so we have a hexagon hole. Is that the save area? How do I zoom out? We're there now. We started in the wilderness over here. Or over here. So that's the loop. There's a windmill that needs a pair of chains to cut. The electrical poles, we can't access the north for some reason. I didn't check the south, even though I should have. I guess we'll check what's behind door number water. And this probably leads to a safe area because we got another journal here. If there's any doubt in my mind that this is not the afterlife, that has been laid to rest. It's useless to try and figure out what this place is, though. I have to use everything I have just to keep going. Well, whatever these monsters are, they're relentless, and that thing guarding the tome page almost took me out for good. If one thing I know for certain is, it's Mom's here. It doesn't matter anymore, though. I have to escape, but I'm not hopeful about my chances. This place isn't giving up either. Getting a lot more ammunition now. Tells me the game's expecting us to do a lot more combat in this section. Oh god, I was hoping this was going to be a save area. What do you mean I'm here now? Huh? So this door is where we came in. And now it leads here. And the way down is blocked by water. I get it now. Okay. Is there anywhere else we could have walked? We could, but I would need more time than I have available to do a proper vampire run, I think. Oblivion will be going up on the long playlist again after, we have the Vicky 3 portion of the Mega Campaign completed, which will continue that in November. As well, I need to... What do I need to do? I think I'm going to add in... We're going to have one or two of the community-suggested long play options in there. And I'll have Oblivion and potentially one or two others. I just haven't decided what those options may be as of yet. And what we really need right now is, like, the save room so we could actually figure out what to do with ourselves. Oh, speak of the devil. I'm kind of waiting for more Oblivion, more so Marvin. The more Oblivion remaster, I am very keen for. Alright, now that we can save, we will do so. Put this guy away. Keep that on us, keep that on us, and then we'll venture back out. Because, like, I do want to play a legitimate run of Skyrim, but I'm very much amused with the idea of a Skyrim crowd control. And the controls in that are still adequate, that, like, it's not painful to do anything with. So I don't mind just playing Skyrim as is. Though I don't know what the win condition for a Skyrim crowd control would be. Okay, Devil's Den. That is safe room. Something else. Okay, so going straight leads to the safe room. Going right leads to something else? Ah, if there was a boat. Luckily for myself there, Wick, Sea Fusion will be asleep when most of this happens. So we won't have him spawn like a I wanted to say have him spawn Alduin, but I actually don't know what the Skyrim crowd control would trigger. Good old Aldi does make sense, but I don't know what else there could be. Plus, like, if you think about it, like, even if he does spawn Elder Dragons or stuff like that, that just makes the player more powerful. Because the more Dragon Souls you have, the more you're able to kind of leverage other things. Regrettably, for my own disposition, though, we're not going to be playing with many mods, if any. Because of stability concerns. You know, the pesky, management of everything. Yeah, we're gonna have, like, the penis and booba mod there, Rusty. Everything's gonna be hanging out all the time. All hanging all time. Curate a memoir absolute while those you love don't ever have a chance to read it. Ebb along with time, in the end we all become the tide. Give way to what will keep you fully youthful, undefeated. Don't ever let them make you say goodbye. Ebb along with time, in the end we will all become the tide. Forward without reason or rhyme. Well, I mean, you kind of did forge it with rhyme there, buddy. Waterfall through the window. We did do part of a stream with the Skyrim CC one time. Like 5 years ago now. We don't have enough data for that. Okay, so... that leads there. So that means there's another path we did not take. I haven't looked at Skyrim modding in a very long time, so I have no idea what is on offer. I remember in Life Lived once long ago that there was a mod that added, like, Warhammer bolter guns and the like that I just had for some reason and I don't know why. I mean, other than my own personal amusement and enjoyment. But if anyone has any... Well, I guess I'll pose that question when we get to the Skyrim crowd control, when we actually get to that. If we get to that. Because whenever I put it up on to vote, no one ever seems interested in us doing it. So that goes there. We haven't gone there yet. And yeah. We're basically in the realm of the paths not taken as of yet. I'm curious to see what is on offer here. So this is the overlook. We've completed the puzzle here. Right, since last time we have activated the blood fountain, which I'm guessing turned on the pumps. Still too strong to break with my bare hands. And Doggo is over there. We're gonna try and avoid Doggo because I don't want to fight him even if we can just win. Just more of a matter of like, I'm a cheap bastard and I don't want to have to blow ammunition and whatnot. However, we have Ghetto Boat here. Alright, so that leads all the way over there. That we need something to cut the padlock or key for. Now we have to go through to here. And figure out what's going on there. No, we can't access that one yet either, yeah. But I will say, I have figured out what we're going to do for the Vicky 3 portion of the Mega Campaign, and I will give a bit of a spoiler for it.
Of course it's off-leash dogs. Can't escape them, even here.
Oh my god, there were two! Oh my fucking god. Okay, one dead. Always kill the dog enemy whenever you're playing a game like this. They all must die, even if we do like Doggo regularly. You have to have anti-Doggo propaganda sometimes. And I think I need to go through Devil's Den. Maybe? No, we need to go to the other side. And we run on through here. No, we're at the fork in the road. I don't know how. No, I guess I do know how. We took that route. Okay, we didn't change zones when we came over here. That's what happened. I'm debating whether or not I want us to try Starfield at all either. Like, I know it's not the best, but I'm hoping they might have made it okay at this point. I mean, I actually haven't followed the game at all since it came out. All I remember is it was painfully average. Which normally doesn't seem like an insult, but for a Bethesda game, it kind of is. Welly, please? What, Lizard? Just because I want to simp for Todd Howard doesn't mean anything. I know there are many good games. We have a whole list of them. The dark heart of the wood, grotesque and petrified, lays hidden from the world, a shell of what's inside. But if nature's bounty lends its soul, and heaven's power makes it whole, those who search will no doubt be present, see the present, past, and what will be. So what we gotta do is activate all of the heart options here, and then we'll be Gucci. What is going on here? Gigantic heart wedged between the roots of a tree like they grew together. It's not beating, and there are tendrils, veins maybe, shrouding on both sides deep into the forest. Seems to be connected to the mechanism, and something is stuck inside. So we need to figure out a way to activate the heart. Which I know we can do, which I'm guessing we can do by activating all the switch markers, which we have activated all that we've seen. That we need to get into, so we can probably turn on the power, and then the power will turn on the heart. We have the watermill, which I'm gonna guess gives us something we need to activate another piece of the puzzle. The question is, like, what do we need for the watermill? I'm gonna guess the poem that's on the desk has something to do with it, rather than, like, it just being a random, like...
All this beauty, fed by decay. I can never look at it the same again.
I don't mean to be mean to the main character here, but, like, they feel written like I'm 13 and I'm so deep kind of energy, which is sad. I mean, hasn't it only been out for like a year and a half? Oh god, it's been 2 years. I kind of guess that makes sense. Alright, so we're in the parking lot. Parking lot leads over there, but there's something in the parking lot still. Just gotta see what mods are going on. I was kind of thinking there might be an item we can loot, but I guess not. We've already read Cetus. And we've activated the item over there. Yeah, we'll grab the bandage. Listen, Rusty, we have the full, like, Bethesda bunker. You know, Todd Howard's counterattack will save the day any minute here. He'll just go rip roaring through and everything will be copacetic. No, but before I got distracted, I forgot to say, the Vicky 3 portion of the multi-world will be... I'm gonna give the synthetics full tech. And mess with them a bit. Alright, Watermill Poem. Curate a memoir of Absolute while those you love don't ever have a chance to read it. Ebb, EB, along with time. Is there like an EB here? It is. D sharp EB. So ebb, ebb. C, D, ebb. G, F, D. Okay. So, we have... C, D, E, B, G, F, D, E, B, F. We look at the puzzle, we have C through G. So then we have C, D, E, B, and that's E, F, G, F, D, E. I fucked that up. Alright, so we have C, D, E, B, G, F, C, E, B, F. One thing I am curious about this game and games like this is how much of it is inspired by like stories of people, you know, dying, quote unquote, and seeing the other side. I see you there, you bastard. Because I know that is a oft talked about kind of trope where people see beyond the veil. For better or worse. But the watermill area is cleared now. That's not a save area, but we do talk to Grandpa. And that's where it is. Alright. Oh, no. The game's glitching. Can we get mate in 1? Kind of. We can get mate in 2. You have long exposure mod. What do you do? Goes more light. We'll remove a mod and we'll combine here. And see what that does. I guess that's white to move, yeah. I don't know why, but I am kind of sad that the puzzles aren't a bit more difficult when it comes to the chess puzzles in the lake. Charge shot definitely feels a lot more effective in dealing with enemies. One game that I've considered as having for a stream, probably not anymore, is the 5D dimensional chess with time travel. Come on, give me the rat! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't tell me I have to fight both of these guys. Oh my god, I do. Or not? What do you mean there's still stuff down here for me to get? I got the rat. I got the healing. Is there something in the cart that I missed? Empty minecart. Oh god, no, I'm not good at chess. I am adequate at chess. So I figured it would be good for maybe a stream. Or at least the beginning of a stream for like 2 hours. And then we cry. Because, like, that game, while novel in concept, doesn't strike me as something that you would do for a long time if you are an avid chess player, because it's like... Uh, uh, it's a corruption of the craft to a certain extent, I guess? Because, like, you can practice doing it that, and I don't know how it would assist you in learning how to do actual chess better. It's more of a tool that I suspect that would assist in getting more and more comfortable with being able to read a board or multiple boards. Okay, that's actually positive to hear. It means the chess community is in a healthy spot, I would assume. And, you know, it's always nice to have a healthier spot for our various gaming communities out there. Yeah. And I guess that is kind of like the biggest thing that chess needs, as I understand, because like an issue I have with a lot of brain sport, let's say, is like it can get very dull if it's solvable. Like if there's an absolute optimization point where you can have, and like having endless counter to counter to counter to counter to counter is kind of like eh. Freestyle chess 960. What does that do to make it different from regular chess there, Marvin? Oh. That sounds terrifying. Oh my good god, there are so many things that need to be turned on. So there are a total of 15 areas we can activate, of which we've activated 1, 2, 3, 7? A wrong setup chessboard. Pawns stay the same, some basic rules, but other figures are randomized on the first or 8 row. Alright. So basically, the starting areas are still the starting areas, but you have kind of variance in how you can handle the situation. Nice. That is happy to hear. Or not happy to hear, but I'm happy to hear that. Alright, so do we just go back? I suspect there's something here that we're still failing to consider. We'll have us go back over here. Maybe we'll look at the area over by the statue, because that kind of indicates that they're... No, this is the way we gotta go. Hmm. I guess we will go the long way around to see if we find anything. I mean, honestly, like, I played chess when I was very young, so still, like, in middle school, high school, not for the kind of full optimization capabilities of it, but it was a nice thing to do to kill some time, and I really did like the just kind of like looking around the board and figuring out what you can and can't do. And like I think it inspired in me in part like love of strategy games, or like wanting more out of a strategy game, that and Civ. Because like when I was young, Civ 4 was kind of like the only sort of strategy game that I had available. That and Sins of a Solar Empire. And while both are very enjoyable, I always was kind of hankering for something more, something else. So we could have like a, you know, more complex rendition of reality. That's why Go has always fascinated me, actually, because, like, that is a very complex kind of setup for everything that I don't know what we would do with that. And in the end, why I was corrupted by the world of Paradox video games and been kind of inducted into the Grand Strategy Hall of crack cocaine addiction. So I do find it fascinating that we basically have entire, like, business unit groups for, like, different types of, basically exploiting different types of autism. I feel like I should save. Because, like, you have that for Paradox games, like Ark is another example. Technically, Pokemon falls into that as well, because, like, you know, I know people who have, like, thousands upon thousands of hours in Ark, and, like, I... I... I don't know how you can do that. Like, a fascinating franchise. Got my ADHD mate hooked on Ark. I guess it might be more ADHD focused, maybe? It's just like something that hooks into the overfiring dopamine injectors, and it's just like, yes, this is right. This is how the world should be. As like you're crafting your dino paradise. You have full-on dino DNA action. Sorry, dino DNA! I guess the people who kind of want or like full-on anarchy and destruction can do it for other things as well. Overlook is clear, this area is clear. The heart somehow isn't clear, which worries me. Yeah, the eternal quest to win that arms race, especially when you're dealing with either Chinese or BR hackers, which, as I understand, is a very big problem on public servers. Though, I have no idea how truly bad it is, given the fact that I haven't played on our public servers. But then there's, like, that one game, Rust, which is similar. Aussie Visa's Chinese race wars, they mass invaded Aussie servers? Yeah, that sounds about right for Ark. Let's say that sounds about right. Ugh. One of these days, my slurring of my speech is going to get me very, very sad. Rust is a thing that I've always wanted to play, but I don't like playing with people I don't know when I don't have enough people interested in like art or Rust to properly do a server. I guess I was right that I should have saved. Then there's like Call of Tarkov, then there's like... Yeah, I didn't realize we're playing Eminem's Racing right now, Blobber. You've manifested with your thoughts the game we were playing. Where's Tails to save us? Need Tails and Luigi to team up to save us from this chicanery here. Oh, hell no. Alright, so I didn't expect us to have to go straight into the boss battle there. So we go to the basement, the caves. That's why... Yeah, I don't know. We'll follow the static, but we're going to reload because there's like other parts of this level. Like, we didn't find the photograph for this region, which I'm guessing there is one. Because it just put us straight into a boss fight. My goal is to beat the game, Blobber, and I don't know what else I'll be doing after that. We might roll into another horror game. We'll do the boss fight for now, just to figure out what is, like, the recommended. As much as I like the idea of the long exposure, I don't think the long exposure is probably the best option for us here. Because I will say it certainly does more damage. But when we're fighting Mr. Dog as well as Mr. Deer, you know, the John Deere Tractor Company, it's not a good look for us. The game is tweaking as well. Alright, come on, take us back. You know what? I think I will... There was a suggestion that Blobber had that I think I might employ. Especially since we've kind of, like, put together our list of... Pardon me. Since we put together our list of review criteria, and we might actually just formally review all the games we complete. And see how they make our hearts go doki doki or not doki doki. And it would probably be helpful as we look back on our games catalog as we go through to the year of 2095 and realized what has been. Alright, time for Wellington to be a rat bastard here. Let's go back into the VOD. Alright, how do I do that? So I go here. I click on me. Go to channel. And then I need to go to the past. True. Irreverent Hackington. Ready and raring to go here. Alright, so... Bam bam, bam bam. We did it, everybody. We won the game. For whatever door number 2 is. Hell yeah, we did, Wick. I'm a Reverend Wellington, not a Reverend Legalington. We're gonna commit high crimes against, reality here. Presumably this is the end. Yeah. I don't know what it is we're missing on the level. I have our minimum criteria of the random kind of photograph here. We'll shove that to the side. I'm gonna say... No, we're not gonna save yet. We're gonna combine... So for our current kind of setup, I want the burst, because it's very effective against dog. We're gonna throw this away for now. We'll grab these guys. Gonna put this away. 3 full heals and 120 ammo. Yeah, that should be good enough. Then we will do our happy little save here. And then skip the cutscene. Alrighty though, but we are going to have... I think we're going to do Jagged Alliance 3 as the long play option, or it just might be a game that I dictator for myself. There's a dog in these woods here. I think that just called making decisions. Well, it's an executive decision. Ostensibly, I like to joke that we have, rule by oligopoly here, but, much of the time it is dictated by Il Duce Wellington. We'll say, this game is going a lot quicker than I expected. Alrighty, examine. Photo I found in the caves. I can't make out what it is, but I feel sad looking at it. I'm gonna guess these might be pictures of our grandpa? So we subconsciously know what they are, but they are not recognizable to us for some reason? I guess? She's not here. I scoured every inch of this place and nothing. What's the point if I can't be with her again? Life is meaningless without her. I can't keep going. Is that Ray? Because I suspect that Ray is the one who is looking for her madre. But I don't know. And the final tower, or the final level for us, I'm guessing, unless we unlock an entirely new segment of the palace, is the clock tower. The franchise we love to not be able to escape. It is a game that I first was introduced to by looking at the Steam recommendations in late September, early October. And it was one of those things that was
The chiming that's been haunting me. It's from here. What is this place meant to be? Is that clock counting down? Regardless of what it means, I need to face it. It's time.
It's one of those games that is posited as Resident Evil at Home, as I am calling this genre. And I was really excited to play it. After we had such a amazing time in Tormented Souls. As so far, it's not as good as Tormented Souls by, I would say, a wide margin, actually. It's fine. Playing on normal rather than hard. And it ostensibly is a game that is about a person who is going through attempting to find their grandfather to talk to them in order to like get closure is what I'm guessing. Torment Soul wasn't a porn game, it just had a booba shot at the beginning. There's a difference, even as minuscule as it might be. But sadly, we have the neck range of a raptor. That right there, I'm assuming, is the main antagonist for what the story is. And I'm guessing is the owner of the house that we broke into? Outside of that, the game has been holding it relatively close to the chest what it is, unless I'm missing subtext entirely. Like, I think the game is about letting go? Maybe? I'm pretty sure this is actually happening to her, rather than it just being like a disassociative event like Silent Hill F. Journal entry 4. I've had it with this place. I don't care what it takes. I'm getting out of here. This wasn't supposed to turn out this way. I don't even know why half of these places are the way they are. I'm not going to find out why Mom killed herself. At this point, I don't care. There's nothing for me here. And I won't die like this. I won't. Now, once again, these journals that we're getting are not for the character we're playing here. There was a lady called Ray at the very beginning that I'm suspecting is who the journal entries are from, so forum post. This is them talking about, like, the building we broke into. Ray, I'm totally going this weekend, gonna check it out for myself, been waiting for one close enough that I could actually go. I'll report back with findings. A month later, they haven't said anything, and, you know, it's been a year and we still don't see Ray. So Ray, I'm assuming, came in here and died. Making a snowman. Did we make a snowman? Empty. I would assume we put the emblems here. No. Oh, no, it's probably for the elevator. But yeah, the guy up there is the antagonist. Outside of that, I don't know what the game is about. I'm guessing that was him. Yeah. If I go here, if I press 1. Okay, so it won't actually bring us to the elevator. Okay, that door's locked. But I think if we finish this game now, I think we're going to transition into Crow Country for the rest of the stream. Because that's the only game I have raring and ready to go. True, it's about raw dogging photos, as the kids these days say. We're back to the initial rendition of enemies as well, which is curious. Oh, but I've fallen for the fatal mistake of video game everything, and that's not Gamma. In what world is that Gamma? I'm sorry, I need to make sure I'm remembering my Greek letters now. Gamma. Symbol. You know, I guess I've only ever used lowercase gamma in physics. That is that is apparently actually just uppercase gamma. As we all know, I'm a very large coward. Alright, let's reset the enemies and see what the hell that is. I'm gonna guess it's a giant snake man. Oh no, it's just a liquor. That's fine. Alright, so... we need to go in the direction of the liquor to get to the Delta Rune. Am I not where I think I am? I am not where I think I am. I thought I had to go left, not right. Okay, that's fine. So we're gonna go use the Delta to get in here. And then we'll explore further into the Spencer Mansion. Oh. Alright, everybody, it's the hospital lobby, presumably.
There are a million reasons to hate hospitals, and exactly one reason to look forward to coming to one. All of the possible ways to die, and exactly one way to be born.
Alright, so the main character is a supporter of Big Baby. I'm gonna guess what she means by that is, or what the writers mean by that is, you only ever go to a hospital if there's something wrong, and, like, there's only one reason where you go where it's something, like, inherently, that is supposed to be inherently positive, which is, like, the bringing of a new life into the world. Which kind of makes sense given, like, the main narrative of the game is, like, the grappling of death. But I will say everything that is kind of talked about is, like, in the realm of, like, I'm 13 and I'm so deep. It gives that energy, which I kind of feel bad to say. But I think that's kind of apt. Or at least that's, like, the aura I'm getting. Oh my god. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 2 is uncertain. 3 is mediocrity. Complacency is 1. Complacency, uncertainty, mediocrity, mortality. Well, we're looking at there being a pattern or not here. I will grab that. Strange land budget eye. Oh my god. That is a nightmare. Well, it just came out too. No, it came out 4 years ago. Sorry, the first image... We're gonna go Screen Man for this. The first image that greeted me about this game is this. And I don't know how to feel about this. Other than I Uh, there are some strange things in this world. Old skies? We need to have, like, a period dedicated to looking at, like, random recommended games. Because, like, there's a lot of games that you've recommended, Blobber, and others that, like, I would like to play, but I need to seize time from myself. That and, like, a point-and-click time of the year might be a fun thing to do. Right, so we're on complacency. We're going to uncertainty. Then we're going to mediocrity. Well, it's exciting to hear. It's always nice when you find a game that pushes the envelope of, like, a genre you care about in your heart of hearts. Is that mediocrity? That's complacency. I don't know what the hell that is. Is it mortality because they're dying? Because they're falling? Is that mortality? Because that looks like death? I'm gonna guess, since we're on floor 3, we need to go for mediocrity, and mediocrity is the failure to create, in a sense. Or to create something that's nothing. So we'll turn that on. Also want to grab a picture of the cat. Okay, we cannot take a picture of the cat. Letter from D. It's always difficult to be born. As you know, the bird must make an effort to break out of the egg. Think back and ask, was the path really that difficult? Merely difficult? Wasn't it also beautiful? Could you have thought of a more beautiful or easier one? Okay. Yeah, this isn't creepy at all, hell at all either. So I'm going to guess we have to have some iteration of what's going on here. Presumably this is a thing. It's always difficult to be born. As you know, the bird must make an effort to break out of the egg. Think back and ask, wasn't the path really that difficult? Was the path really that difficult? Merely difficult? Wasn't it also beautiful? Would you have thought of a more beautiful or easier one? So this isn't about the other puzzle. This is about the course of having Babby? So you have a happy couple. Not sad writer blocked man. And I don't know what that's supposed to be in this context. Does that look like someone died? I'm gonna say yeah. Is that a baby thing? Like, does this feel like the room of someone who just gave birth or like someone that died? Feels like someone just died. I guess that makes sense, like death and childbirth sort of a thing. I guess that's the issue with flowers, is it can be representative of both good and evil. We will activate this photograph here. Alright, well we're considering the puzzle. Let's look at the old skies. Is that a wrestling man? No, that's a lady in a jumpsuit. Estimate you can die around 50 more times before we need to pull power from the city grid? Huh? Okay. That does look really interesting, Blobber. There's another point-and-click adventure that, I will probably have us do, or potentially look at. That's basically you're playing both in the past and the future at the same time. Like one's like an alien overlord thing, and the other one's like a night quest. I mean, is it supposed to just be difficult and beautiful? So, God, I really wish we could tell, like, what unlocks it. Art is pretty. I want to say we don't have enough information to be here yet, but I know that's not true because the game seems to segment puzzles into where you need to be. So we have every information we need inside of the hospital that we need to have in order to solve the hospital puzzles, which is kind of heartbreaking for my dignity here. I mean, in the end, what may eventually just happen is we brute force it on accident, because I don't want to brute force it. Um, but I don't know what we want to do. So we have four things. We have a person who is having difficulty coming up with art. We have a family and their cat that seem to be having a happy time. There is a person who's falling through time. And then there is one that is what appears to be someone dying and like potentially a baby carriage here. Let me see. That yeah, that definitely looks like a baby zone. Um so like that maybe it has something to do with the first floor stuff. So we have complacency 1, uncertainty 2, mediocrity 3, mortality 4. We've done everything I think we can in regards to the text piece. So if we compare it with the EVs downstairs, then mortality is 4, complacency is 2, mediocrity is 1, and uncertainty is 3, because uncertainty can be described as the sense of falling through time. Because, like, this is the issue I had in Silent Hill F. I kept overcomplicating the thing. So we're going to try and simplify now. So we need to do 2, 3, 1, and 4. Because maybe that's what the thing in the other room was trying to remind me of, is keep it simple, stupid. And, you know, as always, everybody, keep it simple. Every single horror game we've played in the last month or two, there's one or two puzzles or all of the puzzles that I just get so heavily inundated in the brain with. Wait, you have a communist Japan with the Zaibatsu in charge? How does that even work?
Well, that was disconcerting. I'm back where I started. I think.
Huh? Do we put Jesus down here? Ah, okay. I'm thinking about having more Paradox streams in general outside of what we're going to do with EU5. I've been thinking of like things we can do in Viki. And for those who are interested in Viki streams, and thank you Jingo for reminding me. Let me know like what one may want to see. Because I really did enjoy doing the Sugar Fiend run. Oh my god. I'm just looking for a place to save. That's all I want to do. Alright, so... the reason why I want to find a save room is not just to save, but it's to clear our inventory, because our inventory is, like, way too full of health items.
That gap is too far to jump, and the ledge looks dangerous. But I'll need to find a way across to get that emblem.
Okay, so that is a item room. It always worries me when there's a room titled Hole. I guess in the meantime, I can just play and not worry about getting damaged. Oh, or I can get exactly where I want to go. That works as well. Alright, I only want 2 healing things on me. Because, as much as I normally... No, we only need 1 healing thing on us at any given time. As much as I love Decadence, there is such a thing as going far too far. Honestly, the game got a lot simpler in managing our weapon stuff after we got the ability to have every shot count as 3 shots. Because in level 1, you're so scarce on offensive capabilities, it's kind of a little concerning. Oh, more than a little concerning. Could have made these books not important enough to go in the archive. They look like the books in the archive, but the pages are all blank. I'm gonna guess this is where we just came from. I don't know why I thought I came from the double door, yeah. We have a dark room. I'm gonna guess that's the photo we need. So there is some sort of chemical we need to find. Hmm. Actually, I guess we're technically on the second floor now, aren't we? Yeah, we're in the cages again. Which honestly, this area very much gives me the feeling of the corrupted segment of the hospital in Silent Hill 2. For our troubles, we get an emblem. So it actually has no access back into the manor. I'm gonna guess we need to figure out how to get over to the ledge over there and then just push something off. Yeah, Vicky 3 is full of like fascinating little goofy things that occur. Like,
This room is so different from all of the others. Almost as if it was built in reverence of this piece of art.
she dwells prolonged on what has been. Then from the gallery we go back into the cages. Then we go back into the hallway. So we just entered, and if I head right, we'll go back into the cages. We'll take the long route. No, like, the goofy things in Vicky are what kind of makes it shine. Like, the ability to make number go up is always a delight, but Having the ability to addict the British Empire onto opiates in revenge for the Opium Wars is always like a really fun case of turnabout. Which I always enjoy seeing in my video games. That takes us to the gallery. How do we do this? We need to get over there. Like, the one thing I can't wait until it's more able to be fleshed out is, like, more benefits of specialization. I think will be the ultimate thing that we need. And we have to go to floor 3. I understand now. Because, like, that, and I still think even now there's too much food availability. Does this mean you want a Pokemon turnabout game where they capture and fight humans? I'm pretty sure PETA made that, Blover. Or I think PETA made that. The cuckoo bananas people that they are. Okay. I mean, I would like to see that as a concept, though I don't know how you would do that without it being horribly off color. Like, just imagine, like, how do you, without being without, like, people calling it horrifying, like, how do you manage to do that concept? Because, like, Jingo, you are correct. That is the one game that I have played and can think of that has, had the bravery to deal with, like, having human slaves fight human slaves. That, and I guess anything that involves the Roman Empire in combat. That's another game I'd like us to do, just to add it on the list of things that, well, you will never play apparently on stream, is RimWorld. I considered having us do a... CC of it, but I feel that is not good for the, kind of brand of gameplay it provides. So the question is, what do we do for the meta of it?
Another gallery. I feel so conflicted about artists whose work is enduring. I don't think I'll ever measure up. It makes my life feel meaningless.
I can imagine RimWorld is very boring to watch. Well, the thing is, like... 3... deprives herself of joy. And like, the idea of content is it either needs to be auditorily interesting, so you need to have a streamer with a good voice or actually knows how to speak in an engaging manner. Or needs to be a testament of skill. or it needs to be visually interesting. So like, that's why a lot of people, I feel, play the or why like the goofy games like the cage games and like the vampire, not the vampire, but the what's that one with the Wendigos? The teenagers and the Wendigos? Those ones are naturally good content because they're about things that are very visually interesting. Yeah, Until Dawn. Thank you, Decoy. Thank you, Nemi. Those are good pieces for content because, like, it's the byplay of the streamer and the kind of situations developed by the game itself. At least based off of what I myself find myself liking to watch, and why I think I myself like watching it. The game's just babying us here. I do appreciate the shortcut, though. So we got the beta emblem, and we have the ingredient we need to go downstairs and get a photograph. The question is, like, how would one make RimWorld more interesting to watch? And it's like, I watch Welly because he has the beta emblem. True. You know, you gotta have a lot of goblin energy there, whether it's oh, so desu ne. Totally not snipping that and just pulling that off to the side here because technology. Get minimized for now because you're way too bright. I mean, you could also like watching Welly stream for his you know, wonderful wit and immeasurable charm. And it's immeasurable because it's 0. Alright, so Beta Emblem goes over in Library. I guess we'll just shove that in now. What else do we do? The intellectual engagement? No, just the Beta Emblem? Oh, okay. No, I watch Welly streams because I'm just kind of forced to be here. Now that asshole has me at gunpoint to be present at the streams. Just truly evil. The emblem fits neatly into the relief. I'm being paid by the NSA? God, I wish I was being paid by the NSA. How about... How about no? Not right now. Let's go clear out that happy little inventory and then go from there. Alrighty, so... World of Horror. That is the game that is inspired by Junji Ito. I know Lucky played a bit of it, and I watched Angori Tom, who is a member of the Ogscast, play a bit of it. Is it out of beta now? I'm intrigued by the idea of it, but I think the issue, I think there is an issue with it where it gets a little repetitive, which is sad. Though that was my experience from watching people play it during the beta period, so it probably is much better now. Silent Hill F is a perfectly fine horror game. Just as of now, I think I disagree with some of the narrative choices. Combat is good. Other horror games, though, that is a good question. Pro Country is cute. I have played that when it came out. I wanted to stream it when it came out, but then I got distracted by other things. It's cute and short. And kind of really good in the horror sense, now that I think about it, because it is about the kind of, like... I don't want to say metaphysical horror. Signalis is... Oh, you know what? That's a great point. I forgot about Signalis. I'm gonna put that on the list for Horror Month. Because I haven't played that yet. I agree with you and I disagree with you, Nemi, because, like...
I wonder if these artists felt that way too. Like their efforts were in vain, but they kept at it anyway. I'm glad that they persisted. That's what's important, at least to me. And these pieces are lasting reminders of that effort.
Because if we bring the weeb into it, there's like the whole concept of gap moe, right? Things are cute because they aren't how you expect them to be, right? So we need to have like the colory to gap moe, which is like gap horror, where like things are more horrifying because they are subversive in a sense. Who is desires what she does not need? I mean, a good horror game, just because it makes your heart beat and you may eventually succumb to a heart attack? A heart attack is our good friend Alien Isolation. However, I am struggling to think of any others on the spot. There's an Alien tabletop? I guess that makes a lot of sense, given the fact that, you know, you have something that is conducive to skill checks, and you have the ability to fight big, scary monster.
Figures I would end up here eventually. I hated school. I hated being told what to do, how to think. It felt like all they wanted was for me to be their puppet. And all I wanted to do was figure it out on my own.
Unfortunately, we're leaning more and more into the I'm 13 and I'm deep writing style here. Oh, hell no. We need to get to the other side here. That's locked. Okay, they're not moving yet. Now we're in the pool. Can't go that way, so we have to go the long way. I guess we'll see if we can get to the second floor first, then we'll go from there. And survey says, go die. But what is it that makes good horror? Oh, actually, now that I think about it, there's a lot of horror games that I got that I haven't tried yet. A lot of them are Korean, I noticed. There's a lot of big Korean energy in horror at this time. There's like White Day, which I think is a game about... No, yeah, it's White Day, a labyrinth called School. That is something we can roll into after this. I think I want to do Crow Country, though, because Crow Country's short, and we can probably do that within the rest of the stream time I want to spend today. There's Coma Recut, which I believe is another Korean one. Was it horrifying, Decoy? Because, like, I don't know why, but, like, everything I've seen from Korea when it comes to horror is, like, big power. Okay, don't... I hate it when games do that. You know what? That one's entirely on me. It was not horrifying at all. It was The Matrix meets John Wick. I mean... that does sound like it can work. Regrettably, I haven't seen John Wick. And it's been a very long time since I have watched any of the Matrixes. Oh, K-pop Demon Hunters. I mean, Fun and Dumb is a very good kind of way to make something, right? Because, like, you know, you don't want everything to be like this David Cage, like, super complex masterpiece of intellectualism and whatnot all the time, because, like, it kind of wears your brain down. I remember it being good, I just don't remember the actual, like, full-on mechanisms of it. It wasn't a time before Wellington existing in my mind. Yeah. So you need to trigger the enemies first, and then you can fight them. Okay, these things take a diabolical amount of camera shots to do. So these ones we just want to dodge. And there's nothing here to explore really until we get to the end of the hall, so it's really just dodge them. How many ended up triggering? More than I can count. Barbarian and Weapon. Both were fantastic, though not Korean. I need to watch more film. Duna... Anna... Ass Morbid? Was this not made by American developers? Uh... I don't know how the game wants us to answer these. I mean, I think you should understand why you don't want to hang out with her if you do. And kind of transcend, like, the feeling of, like, you need... I'm gonna say yes. Oh... What is going on here? I would say this one, just because you didn't cry doesn't mean you don't feel grief. Unless we're supposed to be answering in the positive because the game wants us to be answering in the positive. I mean, if we are the person in all the other ones, yes, overall we weigh as a bad person. I need to look up if this is a puzzle, if we're just doing something. No, that was just doing something. So if that is true of us, we indeed might be a bit of a dick. Okay, hospital lobby has an item in it. Ah, we do know how to get the gamma, so we go right and then up, and then we can go to the gamma room. Go say hi to Bruce Banner. And watch him get irradiated. No, I always like film and like expressions of artistic creation because like it tells us a bit about the person themselves and what story they kind of have trapped in their mind and they desperately want to get out. But ha have difficulty doing so for one reason or another. Not difficulty, but that caused my brain to pause far more than I thought it ever would. Like, this is why whenever I play a game, even if it is bad, I can usually redeem it in some way, at least for me justifying playing the game. Because, like, even something that is bad can be fun in figuring out why it went the way it did. Either if it is the director's fault, the writer's fault, or the is something poor going on there, and kind of like separating it from what's going on. Because like I do contend that there are very few things that are truly irredeemable. There are many things that are just bad, but I don't think there's any real games that are truly irredeemable. Except for maybe E.T. Because I have to have something in there that proves the rule. Because, like, it's like the whole thing about life in general. And I guess, given how this game wants us to be thinking, we'll be introspective here. And, like, that is how rules work after all, true. We can't go down the turnstile? Oh, we can't. But we're not gonna do that right now. I will not use the bandage because we have so few bandages in relation to antitoxins or antibiotics. God, I'm trying to think of the last movie I saw, though, now I'm actually thinking about it. You know what, let's be a little wasteful here. I don't want to limp about even though we have the ability to. And again, words. I'm going to guess that smoking is actually not a sanity heal, but a health heal, which is kind of funny when you think about it. I'm also going to commit to saving here because I kind of forgot that we can do that. God, I am afraid about playing Omicron, though, if I'm going to be entirely honest. Because, like, the first Cage game... I can't imagine... This is probably before he had, like, the Dracula powers he has now. We need to get to the other side of the subway. Yeah... Brelix has, like, the power, though, to make even the bad pretty okay. Via, like, his charisma and ability to be Goofy McGooferson, which is good. But it has me a bit worried about how we'll handle it on our end. Though I have faith that it will be fine in the end. Clock tower photo. The hell is that? Photo from the clock tower. Can't make out what it is, but I feel sad looking at it. Is it like all of our people dying? Is that why we're sad? Oh. Come on. Okay, no, we're just trapped here. We gotta fight. Can I run now? Nope. Yes, I can. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Do you feel sad about Clock Tower 2, Vummer, because I'm not playing it? I'm not showing the world the, creative essence of our Japanese friends? Or is it the fact that they keep fumbling the game? No, mostly because they're awful. Alright, so it's because they keep fumbling the game. And then we just run down the car. I really don't understand what, like, I'm supposed to be feeling right here. Is this, like... we feel... like we're not a cookie-cutter individual, and we feel oppressed by them? Sam delivered printed reports to the appropriate departments. Do not waste time. Okay. So this is ultimately a section about conformity then, and the difficulty in handling it. I don't No, I know based off of like the classroom, it was too dirty to be an American made game, I think. And like this segment right here makes me very much like confident that this isn't an American game. At least this would be a very unhealthy office environment. Like I work for what is quite literally the evil empire. I work for Amazon, and like if a manager were to talk to me like this, I could very easily get them written up. So like I am perplexed. Do we need to fight these guys? After we finish the game, we'll take a look at the developers to see if we can determine where they're from. Because, like, this isn't even accurate for, like, the 90s, now that I think about it. Because, like, the quintessential toxic work environment, culturally at least, as of the 90s, is, like, Office Space, right? Where, like, you know, your manager can't say, like, you're a worthless sack of shit, or what have you. But, like, they can wear you down to a nub by saying, hey there, Pete. Do you have your TPS reports? Like, I really need you to have your TPS reports there, man. It's like the tone feels a little bit weird. Now, if I can figure out where my mouse is, we can take a look at the developer. Alrighty. PPS report. Hell yeah, PPS report. Alright, Screen Man. We have Vincent Adolfini. Publisher is DreadX, who makes a lot of... Is this a hentai game? I guess I shouldn't look at that on stream. Or at least while we're currently looking at it. So we have like a lot of goofy horror games, and we actually have Mortuary's Assistant. Here, let me verify here. No, dating sim, visual novel, anime, horror. It doesn't look like it's a hentai game. Just a regular VN. Lacerator, Big Face, White Knuckle, and Amanda the Adventurer, which is a horror game. Then I guess we'll look up Vincent Adinolfi. We'll look at your Twitter. No, they're American. You even have a Patreon. $56 a month. Okay. Organizations. So given that I think we're still small child relatively here, it's very likely that rather than that being a representation of what our work life is, it is what we are afraid of our work life being. Which I can understand. So elevator to the 3rd floor, and then away we go. We will take a minute to save, though, first. And we'll put away our photo. I don't think anyone would care, Nemi. Like, I have literally talked about with my coworkers that it is comforting to a certain extent to know that we are cogs in the machine, because we know that they don't care. Everything they do is performative. So it's not like there's any emotional investment I should be putting in my job. So in a sense, it is liberating from that perspective. Any job that attempts to get you to be more productive because they say you care about you, you need to run. Most of the time because they don't care about you. That is true, Resty. I do not know Jeff Amazon. Or if I did know Jeff Amazon, I would not be able to concede here. Might be Mr. Evil Corporate Overlord to you. I would never be able to say if I knew Jeff Amazon. That information's redacted, Wick. Oh, hey there, buddy. Ignore the crying child. Alright, so the garden requires the Omegaverse key, which scares me in ways I cannot even begin to describe. Release the files? What files? You think I have the Epstein list, Rusty? And Mr. James Government? We have Jeff Amazon, John Government. The ones with redacted info about Jeff Amazon. I mean... You know, I can neither confirm nor deny anything. is all I can confirm and or deny. Many days have wasted wondering how many have I left. Missed the bemoaning God's theft. Should have let our obsession confront us to core. Fate worse than death. I mean, I think we have enough data in the LLM to kind of assert that this game is about
I wonder why I haven't thought about it like this before. The effort is worth it for its own sake. Making art, just trying to survive. In the end, it's all worth something. It has meaning. Whatever I can do, however I can do it, that's where my meaning comes from. All that matters is that I try. When my time does come, if I looked back and realized I was so terrified of everything that I never did anything, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself.
The 4 is red. Do you think Jeffy B could buy a peerage in the UK, bribe enough MPs, and force the UK back into the EU? It would require the UK to I think number 1 was Dwell. Dwell, Desire, Deprive, Dread. I mean, why would I care about the UK going back into the EU? If I'm evil Jeff B, I would bribe enough MPs to have, like, a portion of what's left of the British Empire ceded to me. Specifically, well, actually, no, I wouldn't bribe the British because they have nothing that really matters anymore left. I would bribe the French to give me French Guiana. Or, like, have, like, a secret, like, dictatorial overthrow of Guyana. And then just, like, assemble all of, like, the space manufacturing things there. And, you know, have, like, Mega Space 1. Buy all the islands and turn them into Amazon naval bases? Of course. Well, no, the Amazon naval bases are actually going to be, like, the Zeppelins. Like, Jeff Bezos got a message from Kaiser Wilhelm and got told that the concept of a Zeppelin is a pretty pog thing, and we're going to have aircraft carriers, which are just ghetto versions of the Terror Bird from Ace Combat 7 that we're going to use to deliver packages and totally not conquer the world. We're going to liberate China from the Chinese and give it back to the Taiwanese on the fist of infinite Zeppelins flying from Taiwan with trillions of drones in each. We will overwhelm the skies with drones from Zeppelins. Indeed, Blobber. We just need something that makes hydrogen safe. Siddhartha, Herman Hesse. Have you also learned that the secret from the river? That there's no such thing as time, that the river is everywhere at the same time, at the source and at the mouth, at the waterfall, at the ferry, at the current, in the ocean, and in the mountains, everywhere, and that the present only exists for it, not the shadow of the past or the future. Shadow of the future. It knows everything, the river, everything can be learned from it. See, you've already learned that Learn this from the water too, that it is good to strive downwards, to sink, to seek depth. That's not terrifying at all. We're not spooky, man. Is that a gun? No, it's a bandage. My poor American heart has been tricked by this foul game. Alright, so we've gone into the Omegaverse door, so I'm afraid we're going to see a lot of Mpreg fanfic now. No, it's just another gallery. And we're walking back into where we live, I guess? Stuck at 8. There's a strange engraving that reads time. Okay. I'm surprised there wasn't like some grand thing from us. I see. Alright. Time is 0800. 0200, book. Oh 0300, ship. Death is 9. Candle. I have no idea what puzzle's supposed to be going on here. So 5 o'clock is cloud. Oh 0600 is water. We have, there should be an entryway right here? No, I'm just blind. So we have what appears to be like, how many is that? Final one is this. 07 is window, or widow. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 things in total here. We have the final ones, which is 10 is Earth. 11 is devil. So they're actually going for the full gambit of all 12 positions on the Wheel of Time. Which is fascinating. Ugh, there's something blocking the door. I can't open it any further. So 10 is Earth. Oh no! Why? Why did the devil... I hate... Okay, death isn't the correct spot. I'm gonna call it now. The developer of this game is a fascist. 1 needs to be not shown. But 1 is presumably moon, because we have nothing for that. Okay, so book is 2. 6 is water. 7 is widow. 3 is ship. 4 is candle. Okay, that's one's getting annoying. Ship is 3. Candle is 4. Widow is 7. Time is 8. Alright, maybe the developer's not so bad. Looks like a home use medical bed. I wonder how I die or how I'm afraid I'll die one day. Why did I have to come here? I should have known better. From all my research, I knew that no one who tried to find this place has come back. Why did they think I would be any different? This place I'm in now, it's not like the other areas. I feel this creeping sense of dread of my time running out. Something terrible happening to the end. I'm so tired. I can feel the anger draining out of me, along with everything else. If I could, I would take it all back. I wouldn't have looked for this place. I would have accepted that she was gone and moved on. God, I wish I could. Oh my god, Baron. Hi, Baron. I didn't know you can make Paperboy that big. Is that our eulogy? Eulogy written by me that I don't remember writing. He brings news of the vampire uprising. I'm going to assume it's not going to deliver us directly into the final boss if we go to R. I was wrong. This feels very much like Final Bossistan, so we're going to save really quick. You know, actually, rather than Crow Crunchy, we could do Alyssa. I bought that, and that is ostensibly a horror game. Well, as much of a horror game as Resident Evil is. But I feel that we're approaching the end, if not a end. So I will grab our healing juice and get us ready for the Gates of Oblivion so we could greet Emperor Tiber Septim. Alrighty. Now, Paperboy is... I look at that face, and I understand why Lizard has declared a fatwa against that image. Like, just having it be verboten. Like... I'm, like, right now, I'm looking into the cold, dead eyes of the creature before me, confident in my own impression that I am observing the likeness of a ghoul before it's about to rend life from someone. Indeed, the treachery of images are just truly evil. Oh no, we're going to have to get the Master Sword to fight the big bad. Oh no.
This must be the end of all of this. There's nowhere left to go now that I'm here. This is it. Just like the others, I came here trying to find out what comes next. What's after. I was so focused on getting here, on getting out of here, on being somewhere else, doing the same thing I've always done, even before all of this. All that time spent fearing the end I was actively searching for, but never paying attention to what was happening as it was happening. Was I wasting my time? Not because how I spent it was meaningless, but because I refused to experience life as it was passing by.
In my defense, Sleep Demon has a nose. Which per Baron's definition makes it objectively worse. Master Sword is behind. King Zora gotta wait 5 minutes. Oh god, no. I'm guessing when we grab that, it'll take us away. You unlatch the door. I mean, that means that's a terminal point, not an enter point, so... We'll grab the clock tower page. Oh! Okay. Yeah, this has all just been one big fake out for Clock Tower 3, everybody. I'm sorry to disappoint. You know, we gotta bring back the Pog energy that's representative of the Irreverent Wellington brand. Gotta get them brand synergies on Snap, Crackle, Pop. Or whatever the hell these kids like to riz about on their TikToks and Instagrams. Yeah, I think we could have afforded to play on hard. I've come so far, but I think this is the end now. Those things, those monsters, I couldn't keep fending them off. All of this just because I couldn't accept it. Alright, so we'll do one... Actually, you know what? That is a good point, Wick. I'm quite confident in our current healing resources, so we will load up entirely here and then save. then we'll put whatever the hell we need to put into this book.
These are my thoughts from the time I was able to form my first words. Half of this doesn't make any sense. My childish thoughts are all jumbled and mostly nonsense. I can tell when I started to grow up. I was so sad, frustrated, scared. I felt like the world betrayed me. Looking further in, holy shit, the words are appearing as I think. 1, 2, testing. Ugh, I'm getting nauseous reading what's in my head as I think it. It's time to close this book and get out of here.
What was even the point of this game? I know we probably have a final boss battle coming up, but like, what's the point of like going to the land of the dead and not getting anything out of it other than like, oh, I guess I should not like dwell entirely on the death of my loved ones. I feel like it's like if you were to read a Greek epic. Like we were talking about earlier about the dude who goes to Hades to like rescue his wife. If it's like the dude goes to Hades and is like, I'm sorry dude, your wife's dead. Chin up. Stop being a little bee. And you're like, oh, okay. And then you just leave. I don't know how to feel about all this. I'm gonna guess that the kind of, things we've been seeing here are related to, like, the chess sets we've been interacting with our grandpa. It's like, it's like how in that one game you have, Resident Evil 8 where, like, you have that fantasy, like, sparkle character coming to help you, but it's actually just your dad, Ethan. And also, I'm sad we have no indication where to use the key other than here. Or at least it was the obvious kind of place for it. Oh no, we're fighting Andros as the final boss. Someone gets slippy. Alright, what am I missing here? Ah, we gotta light the lamps. They're not homing. They seem to have a decent AoE. Alright, so while we're fighting this guy, what I'm guessing this boss is a... I initially thought it might have been a manifestation of the former owner of the house that we're in, but I think we might have to go with a more classical approach that we are dealing with death itself. Because, like, the kind of space we're in is a threshold in the sense of control that is about the kind of, that is about the kind of maintenance of reality. Not maintenance of reality, but, is it the Akashic Record? Is that the lore I'm trying to think of? We'll say, one thing I can't fault this boss fight for is for style. Who's the bad guy from Fable 1? Jack Frost? Jack of Blades. The design of the big bad in this is very reminiscent of Jack of Blades as well. Yeah, if you were to kind of smush together in some horrific mess the Jack of Blades and Scarecrow from Arkham 1, it would very much kind of describe this guy. And that is game. Peter Molyneux? We were just fighting Peter Molyneux? Yeah, sure. You'll be able to own businesses and raise a family. Or whatever the hell promises he didn't deliver on in Fable 1. Oh, Peter Molyneux was the bad guy from Fable.
These photos.
Congratulations. You made it. Though, for a moment there, I thought you might end up like one of them.
Made it? What are you talking about? Who are you? What is this place?
I wish I knew. I was exactly like you. Until I made it to the end. I fought so hard, hoping for answers.
The journal. It was yours.
My journal. This place. It has a mysterious way of holding on to our memories. Mine must have melded somehow. My understanding of this place is deeper, but not complete. I've been here for so long, but I still don't understand it.
What happens now?
To be honest, I don't know. I couldn't stop you before you got to the end. I don't even know why I tried. I think I was afraid of what would happen if you succeeded. So when you beat me, I fled. But this place, it brought you back to me. Maybe it's my time. It's come to an end.
Why even stay here in the first place? Did you ever try to leave?
Try to leave? I had no reason to. There's nothing for me out there. But then again, this place, it takes everything that you have. It shows you the worst parts of your life, the terrible things that haven't happened to you yet. And then it traps you. I couldn't leave. At least when I took the cloak, I felt like I belonged here.
Before I came here, that's when I felt hopeless. I was only focused on my own misery. But the further I explored, the more I realized that this place, our memories, our fears, they don't define us. Whether you planned it or not, your journal and those photos of those who couldn't make it as far as we did, they helped me realize that I'm not alone. So many others came before me, and their stories ended here. But I don't think ours has to. We made it this far. That has to count for something.
I don't know. I do want to believe that. I am glad you're here. But even if you're right, I don't think there's any way for me to escape this place. I've gone too far, spent too long here. I've become a part of it. And I'm afraid there's nothing left for me in that world.
I can't promise anything for sure. But we'll never know if we don't try. Will you just try with me?
At least it's not David Cage Bad Bummer. Oh, that's supposed to be a spider? Oh my god. Okay. Well, that was a heartworm. Turn the sound down again. I mean, please. There we go. 3 people did the story. I mean, it was fine. I guess. Like, the narrative is, I would say, a 6 out of 10? Maybe a 6.5? Yeah, I have to say, like, I'm revising down my... I was rapidly revising down my score. The more it was, like, every single thing was just by them. And it's going to be like a 7-minute cut or 7-minute like ending credit scene. But my criticism washed away as soon as we saw 2 other people. But when like 50% of the credits are for yourself, that's like just don't just say like thank you for the help of everybody in this thing. I mean, I will say they didn't do a bad job on the music. I think the music is a 7. Story is a 6. Gameplay is maybe an 8. 7.5. And art, graphics are probably a 6.5. I mean, it was an interesting game. I don't know what we could have done to improve it. We'll do that after I end the VOD, Blobber. We'll have the me writing everything down. Well, I mean, the gameplay wasn't bad. It was just there. The difficulty management was poor. I might revise it down as I think about it, because I'm kind of, like, putting some of my issues with gameplay, in the realm of, difficulty and whatnot. Oh. I actually played a lot of games this year, I think. That's a lot. Are these all patrons still? I was setting up the Excel while this is going on. I guess while this is going on, I'll say what the other endings are. If we used... Oh god. So the ending criteria was based off of how many photos we unlocked or how many photos we used. We got the best ending, quote unquote. The second best ending is what we just saw, but without the very end cutscene beginning her sleeping on a bed. The worst one is we're trapped in the kind of antiverse as Tape Man or Tape Keeper was. Yeah, we have antiverse spillover, just like we're having control spillover. This is still a cutscene? Is this gonna end? Or is this gonna go on forever? I'm gonna skip this. And presumably this takes us back to the main menu. Alrighty. Well, for those of you on YouTube, thank you for joining us here, and I will see you next time.